This is my view. Beloved, it's always right and proper to start at the beginning. So let's do that. Allow me to dig deep for my most sincere gratitude for yet another Tuesday afternoon of information and enlightenment. Naturally and deliciously flavored by Amsterdam ice cream. Like we want to lick the cream already. Yes, we love it. We continue to strive for our inside out cultivation with Amsterdam ice cream as the vehicle of choice. Yes, that's the vehicle we choose to make our grand entrance with nothing less than information and enlightenment from the inside out cultivation, beloved. Somehow, no matter how clearly I try to express it, that our good for not misleaders just can't grasp the concept that we need to be able to sustain ourselves. And every time I say that, I have to throw it around and say, beloved, don't mischaracterize me. I'm not talking about independence from the United States of America, as too many would like to say. That's what we're talking about. Beloved, I'm talking about us being able to sustain ourselves with the dignity that we claim for ourselves as the descendants of enslaved Africans. Yes, I just don't like this feeling of inferiority. So, beloved, I always try my best to make myself as clearly as possible to be understood. So, let me just remind myself, as I remind you, that whether it's in Spanish and they say 3.5, or in Danish, where they still say 3.5, I just have to bring you back to how we say it in Crucian. Not 3.5, we say 3:30. Yes, 3:30, beloved, is when we have our Crucian history question. That was the ingenious creation, the idea, if you will, the concept that lady that I was referred to as the general Yes, beautiful Aisha. She's the one who came up with this thing where she instructs me to find a Crucian history question and allow for you, my beloved aunts, my beloved audience, to come up with the correct answer to the Crucian history question. And then you understand why she just takes center stage. Yes. From center stage, beautiful Aisha will then complement that correct answer with a full quart of Amstel ice cream of your favorite flavor. Full quart, beloved. Yes, give you enough to put aside a little bit for your stress relief, just in case. But then we also, beloved, at 2 o'clock today, we are going to be expecting to hear from the physicist. Yes, Michael Henry, better known as the physicist, and he has been holding our hand, leading us to what we need to understand is well, a ready-made improvement with our headaches, with this authority that we know as water and power. Yes, that authority. And he will be calling in because we won't be able to make it in house in the studio, but he'll be calling in at 2 o'clock to continue to guide us as to how we can improve our situation by converting our waste to energy. Yes, our waste to energy is a solution that well, let me not get myself in trouble by talking about things that I have yet to fully understand. Let me just say that uh, we're expecting to hear from uh, Mr. Henry at about 2 o'clock. And let me just drop this as attractions that we hope will be coming in the near future, like next week, Tuesday, if if things work out the way that they are promising right now, we could have the Horsemen led by Chuck Knight. We have them in house. Hopefully next Tuesday to talk about the long time waiting and hoping for a development in horse racing here at St. Croix. So let us keep hope alive that we will be able to hear from them next week, and it will be good news because we definitely could use some good news about horse racing because, you know, you don't need me to remind you because we have so many promises, and here we are now. Carnival is behind us, and the big 19 umpteen and 20 something and the other. Uh, Beloved, depending on who you talk to as to how many candidates are going to be involved this November here. When you're talking about from governor, lieutenant governor, delegate to Congress, senators. Well, beloved, like we said, Carnival is now behind us, and the marquee is blinking brightly. The politics is now on the menu. So, Gracie said, beloved, we're going to be hearing all kind of political agendas over the next few months now. Well, I think we all anticipate that it is going to be one heck of a primary election because, uh, well, from what I'm hearing, and I think you hear that too, the majority of them, that's how I see it, that the majority of these candidates will be running as Democrats. So what does that mean? Yes, the primary election is like the strainer. Pass them through the strainer, and, and you will see who will be the candidate for governor and lieutenant governor and delegate and return down to the Senate because you've got to put them through that democratic strainer to see who will be the Democratic candidate because as much as they don't want to go there, talk about it, much as admit it, I mean, beloved, our Virgin Islands political structure is a one party structure. That's it. One party, the Democratic Party. And say how you want to say, analyze how you want to analyze. That is our reality. On paper, you got the Republican Party, you got the Independent Citizens Movement Party, the ICM Party. That's on paper. Because in reality, it's just the Democratic Party. And if you are too young to have appreciated what took place in the 1960s here in our beloved Virgin Islands, well, if you don't appreciate that, you will not fully comprehend how it is that we end up with this one party system because it used to be a unity party, what was it called? Mart and Pestle. Mart and Pestle unity. Well, beloved, that in itself speaks to how inadequate our education system is because it doesn't matter how prolific a student you might put the question to, beloved, in our school system, what it's talking about grade school from kindergarten to 12th grade. We're talking about college, university. It still comes down to the cold, hard reality that our education system is severely lacking. So that, like I say, it matters not how prolific a student might be if he or she has never been exposed to the material what you're supposed to know, so that the average student here in the Virgin Islands can't begin to tell you how it is that we just have this one party system, this Democratic Party, or how that come about. And again, beloved, it isn't that they're stupid, they are ignorant. And ignorance doesn't mean stupidity. It just simply means that they have not been exposed to it. They have not been taught this material. No information that they could critically analyze to begin to, well, for themselves, comprehend how it is that here we are looking forward to a very active political year, and yet you could hear me saying things like, well, it's all about the primary election. The primary election will pretty much determine who will be the winners, because what they are saying implicitly, yes, implicitly, is that there's only one party, the Democratic Party, so that whoever comes out of the Democratic primary election, they are not explicitly, but implicitly letting us to know that that is the winner of the November general election. What a system, eh? What a system we have in beloved. And again, I don't know how to explain it because I have tried so many different ways to show us that, beloved, the Republican form of government that we claim to live under is primarily a product of check and balance structure. Check and balance. And beloved, if we had any, we did a great job of getting rid of any semblance of checks and balances during the 1960s. We just pitched them away. Who needs checks and balance? And who said to be able to have a Republican form of government, you need to have checks and balance? Stupidness. All we need is the Democratic Party and we're good to go. And that's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to. There are no checks and balances. There are none. And here we are, under the Constitution of the United States of America that says there shall be no more than one representative per district. No more than one. And yet, beloved, think like we got two or three or four or five or even six for district. No, we have seven representatives for district, and we are proud of it. And beloved, uh, not one of our esteemed politicians could explain it other than to tell you that, beloved, it is how we roll, and we are unique, not just in the Caribbean, not just in this hemisphere. We are unique the planet on planet Earth, beloved. There's nowhere else are you going to find one political district that is represented by seven, yes, seven, seven politicians. You won't find it nowhere else. But yes, that makes us stand out. We are unique like that, and we are proud of it. So we have seven representatives. We call them senators. We call them senators. We have seven senators for every district. So here in the Virgin Islands, beloved, we have, well, we broken it down to simple arithmetic that everybody could understand. We have two legislative districts. Nothing hard to understand. Two. St. Thomas, St. John is one legislative district. St. Croix is one legislative district. Bring them together, and you see that we in the Virgin Islands, we have two legislative districts. I have to understand. Don't confuse it. Two legislative districts, and we have 14, 14 district senators. So again, the simple arithmetic, not to confuse your head. If we have two legislative districts and 14 district senators, you know what all you got to do is divide the 14 by 2. And that's how it is. Each district has 7 representatives. We call them senators. So St. Thomas, St. John is one legislative district, and it is represented by 7, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, 7 district senators. And the same thing goes to St. Croix. We are the other legislative district. And yes, we have 7, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7 on all of anywhere planet Earth, but 7 district senators representing this one district. And again, somehow or the other, they call it the Republican form of government. No checks and balance, no accountability, but it's a Republican form of government. And If you don't like it, if you don't embrace it, beloved, will characterize you the way they do it in the street because we are broadcast always. But if you don't accept that, you are on the outs. Let's put it that way because that's how we roll. Yes, beloved, it's the Republican form of government, Virgin Island style, where we don't need checks and balances, we don't need accountability. As long as we have a Democratic Party, we are good to go. And that, beloved, is where we stand. And why it is so important, so critically important, beloved, that you understand the stress relief value. Yes, the stress relief value that you could find in Amsterdam ice cream. Because, beloved, without that stress relief that you get from licking that cream, tell you the truth, I don't know who will survive, but that's how we'll be making it from one day to the next, licking Amsterdam ice cream, beloved. And that's why I continue to recommend, yes, if you can afford it, get you a little extra Amsterdam ice cream that you could stash away in your freezer for those days or nights when pressure does bust pipe. And so you would have outsmarted the situation and you would be in a position to reach into your freezer and get you some stress relief, your favorite flavor of Amsterdam ice cream. And I say, hey, beloved, I don't know that there could be a better stress relief for the kind of problems that readers experience. But thank God we have Amsterdam ice cream, and I continue to recommend to you, beloved, that as long as you could afford it, get you a little extra Amsterdam ice cream that you could stash away in your freezer. Because, beloved, you know as well as I know, we all know that conditions, well, better way to put it than pressure busting pipe, water going uphill, and you definitely does need to have that stress relief at hand because, beloved, we got more than enough half people on the roads and streets of the Virgin Islands. And there was a time when it was just half man. You see, this half man that usually be in this area, everybody know it as the half man. And harmless. You like cars and any problem, eating out of the garbage and all kind of craziness and things. But, beloved, that's the way it used to be. But I don't know if it's just me noticing it. But beloved, you can't just talk about half man now. Why is that you say? Because beloved, it ain't just man that going half. Woman too. Yes. It's half man and half woman. And to tell you the truth, beloved, I don't know where we're going up because I mean, what's left with that children, half children now? No man like that. But I never would have thought that we'd get to a point where we have not just half man, but we got half woman. And that's what we get. Yes, beloved. It is just uh, one or two of them, but that's how it start. That's how it start. And that is the reality that, beloved, we don't want to join that company at all. And so I suggest that if nothing else, beloved, don't let things get out of hand. And so keep your stress relief close at hand where you could reach for it to well, cool your temper, cool your situation before you get completely out of hand. And that is why, beloved, we need to appreciate Hamsang ice cream for what it is. Because, as I continue to say, I am yet to find an individual, just one. I am yet to find a single individual to show me how it is that Hamsang ice cream is not a good stress relief. We don't pass the situation about it being the best ice cream anyway. That argument don't set a long time. All we're talking about now is if it is the best stress relief available. And I, for one, am saying, beloved, I do believe so. But we're at the top of the hour, or first hour here as we look forward to when promoting Armstrong ice cream. And I don't know it. I don't know any way better to do it. And as I continue to say to you, beloved, it is a smart thing, a wise thing, and a very intelligent thing to do to actually have some ice cream stashed away in your freezer for when pressure look in the bus pipe. You could apply the stress relief and keep things safe and level, not having to get out of hand. But well, I thought we was having our first break, but apparently not. So, all right, well, let us then turn a page and look more directly and more specifically into the season that we are in now. And that is, beloved, Easter, we all know. And after Easter comes Carnival. And after Carnival, what comes? Well, every 2 years, and especially every 4 years, beloved, when we have the big ones, like this year, beloved, it is the season for politics. That's what we call it. Politics, beloved. So lick your cream. Because have some ice cream, beloved. It's just so good for your soul. And yes, beloved, it is the season after Carnival. You
Yes.
should know what that is. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. How are you today?
I am old, slow, but very good to go.
That's a good thing.
Yes,
So that's
indeed.
Mr. Henry there with you today?
He'll be calling in at 2.
Okay.
He'll
Okay.
be calling in, so yes, he would be telephonically with us. But
Okay, sir.
definitely still talking about what you are most learned in, that authority that they call water and power.
Yes, yes. I know it all so well.
That's right. Well, that's what
Yes.
I am just, repeating how we got our seasons, up north, they just talk about, winter, spring, fall, summer, all them seasons. Here we just got Easter. Then after Easter, we got Carnival. And
All
then
right.
after Carnival, we got Politics.
Politics. Come right after that before Thanksgiving.
There you go. You understand? The Politics will carry us right into Thanksgiving.
Right. But let me give a little levity before I say something else. Uh, there was a show I was looking at early this morning. Uh, there was the defendant was blind. He was non-sighted, and he even had a very dark fair shade, looking like Richard because he couldn't see. So he of course he's saying all the time, "I see it. Yes, I did see him. Yes, I did." So the judge said, "I thought you're blind. thought you couldn't see."
Yeah.
he said, well, he said his mother told him, "I see that you're trying to do what? You're trying to send me crazy." That's what he thinks you see him do.
What a thing. What a thing.
But one time ago, and I mentioned it before in Tennessee, back in the day, Ray Charles was there, and one of the songs he was singing was something, Tennessee, and he keeps talking about C and C and C. So when he got a break, I went by the piano and I asked him, I said, "Ray, I heard you talking about C. So can you really see? Can you glimpse?" He said, "No." I said, "How you saying see all the time?" He said he sees things in his mind's eye.
I hear you.
You know? Yeah. Some people say if you lose one sense, you get greater in another,
I
or
have heard,
something
I
like
have
that.
heard that. Yes, I've heard that.
Right. But he said that's how we see things. He said,
Okay.
"Yes, I see things, but I see it in my mind's eye." You
Okay.
know? Yeah. But just gonna touch on Papa just lightly because there was something that someone sent to me from Facebook that a very intelligent person from the Virgin Islands made a statement when someone was not crucifying, but was talking about the bad service that's received from Wapan. And this lady, she came on and she corrected me because she corrected him. She locked him down and she said, "You know what the hell you want? They're doing the best they can." So I texted her and I said, "The best. So would you like to see can it get worse?" She didn't answer that. You see, some people got the way of protecting the person that they just. He's a good man. I don't even know the man. I know him by seeing him, but that has nothing to do whether Wapper with billions of dollars. It's not me, it's not him. It's the way the system is. You know, but I guess I'm going to continue ad infinitum. I continue to feel terrible that my homeland is the laughing stock of the world. And I've heard that is the highest electrical rate in the Caribbean. That's not true. It's the highest in the world. And I challenge anyone to tell me where else in the world has 62 cents and climbing and what's not there. Matter of fact, I think it was the transient caller or some citizens that mentioned. No, it was a guy calling on a show, but he's an electrical engineer of high order. And he was saying that the rate is more like 89 cents PKWHR for kilowatt hour rate. But with the government subsidy, you're only paying at a rate of 60-some cents, sometimes 40-some cents. Even that is too high, Mario. I mean, again, I like to talk from experience and give examples. In Houston, Texas, 25 cents per kilowatt hour. 20 cents, I'm sorry. In West Palm Beach, another area that I live in the country, 7 cents per kilowatt hour. So why, in the name of Jesus Christ, we got to be 89 cents? I mean, maybe you know you can tell me, because I don't know.
No.
I work all kind of formulas, I do all kind of things, I can't get it figured out.
No, I
But
leave
whenever
that.
I said it, sorry, you go ahead.
No, all I was saying is that I leave that for the expertise that people like you and the physicists have. I just sit back and try my best to understand the explanations that you give, because I really am not I'm not wired, for that kind of experience. I do not know why it is that we, like you say, and I agree with you, have the highest electrical rate in the world. Because I know
Oh,
the last time that I checked, which is probably a couple of years ago, we were 300 to 400% higher than the average in the United States.
and you're talking the truth.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. I'm just saying to you that, this is a couple of years ago that last that I had, looked into it, because I'm a literate person. I could read and understand what I read, you know. And that's why I know sort of when you say that we're now, still the highest rate in the world, it doesn't surprise me, because I know that, a couple of years ago, when I had reason to look into it, that was the situation. It was like up to 400% higher than, the average in the United States.
Yeah, you see, and Mario, the thing that irks me is you ask any one of them, and forget Carl Knight, forget him. Because a whole lot of white boys came down there, meet a whole lot of us black natives there, and then you ask them the question, why it has to be that high, and not one of them could give you an answer. It's the same with construction materials. Why should a house in the Virgin have to be 100 to 200,000 more than a house right close to front? Oh, it's because of this. We are bringing the material to Jesus Christ. You bring them the material. Markup is that high? Man, you stop it. Stop it. If we're going to allow people to bamboozle us with that foolishness, I hope, seriously, because Wapa has the opportunity now, a very golden opportunity to get out of this rut, because they have billions of dollars from COVID to Cat 5. Billions. And it's only getting worse. So what's going to happen in 25 years? Our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren will be paying how much? $5,000 a month? In the papers this morning, a lady mentioned she was paying $83 a month. Now it's up to 600 and something, and I only go tell her she bought it. But seemingly we like it so because there are some people who continue to be used as a mouthpiece. They got to keep kissing.
Hello?
I hope you could stay in the Virginia and pay $1,000 a month. or 89 cents per kilowatt hour. I mean, that's how proud and stupid we become. Because it's, I got to protect God because I saw him. Jesus, if it's Jesus, and it's I, and say what the Jesus is God. Come on. Who's the hell is God like? But, again, I will lead them to their own devices. I and whistleblowers will continue to blow the whistle. And yes, and I'm going out. That's why we continue to move cases to be tried out of the Virgin Islands because we don't trust none of the three branches of government. I got.
Let me point out something,
Yeah, go ahead.
Just before we got your call, I was talking about the fact that we just brag what we have a Republican form of government in the Virgin Islands. But as I explain or try to explain, how do you have a Republican form of government without checks and balances, without accountability? And you are explaining it to my beloved audience here very clearly, and it says it's imperative that we get rid of checks and balances, we get rid of accountability, so that we can charge the highest rate in the world. Because there's no one that you could hold accountable. There's absolutely no one that you could hold accountable. And I mean, one of the things, like for instance, just not to get complex and intellectual about it, but the fact is that when we got the singular legislature back in 1954, it had its own built-in checks and balances. You had at-large senators and you had district senators. Now, again, we didn't comprehend this, and this is how Senator Attlee was able to take advantage of us and will put Little St. Thomas to be the hegemon of the Virgin Islands. And that's why we still at that point. But the fact of the matter is just that, is that, again, when you don't have at-large senators, like we come up with this 14 district, one at large, you don't have any senators accountable for the at-large institutions in the territory, like WAPA, like education, like healthcare. But this is just it. This is how.
Like waste management.
Thank you. And this is where the checks and balances come in, that you have a Senate and a House. You see, the House of Representatives deal with people. in the district and so many people in a district for one representative that
Yeah.
is held accountable for that. The Senate, on the other hand, they deal with the geographical situation, the entire
Mhm.
state. You know, we don't have such a thing in the Virgin Islands. We got rid of it.
Right. Right.
You know, so that there is no one that you could hold. There's no committees that you could hold responsible for these territorial wide issues. You've gotten rid of them.
But right. But Mario, the very people that fight and allow it and they clap as if these people are doing so great for them.
Yes, well, yes, doing too great for them because many of them, if they themselves don't have, you know, the very well compensated job, they have friends or relatives that do, and that's
So
all that it
that's what it's
matters
all
for them.
about. Oh,
That's
okay.
that's how they rate the government. How many of my
Uh-huh.
family, how many of my family have good positions in the government?
Oh, okay.
But then,
Well,
okay,
I
you
have
you I mean, you pretended not to know Mr. This, but that's
well,
that's
I
that's the way.
I know you know. I know. I know.
Of
This is
course,
why
you
I'm gonna
know.
say this and go. I'm gonna say the rest to o'clock and upwards, but let me just go by saying this. I have had top positions throughout the government of the Virgin Islands, as well as working and, and in the Congress with three congressmen.
Yeah.
But as it relates to WAPA, and I'm going to tell what really happened when I called back when Henry's there. I keep saying I had left WAPA. I didn't leave really. I wasn't put out me alone. But accepted the rep at that time, a black native, because he couldn't control me, he disbanded the engineering unit. And what he brought in? White boys and contract.
Well, that's is
Tell
one
me
of
about what happened.
that's one of the ways how they're graded now, and you're missing that.
Well,
We have a local boy, you know, one of us who's making almost $500,000 a year. You mean to tell me
well,
that's not You mean that's not progress?
yeah, well, Mario, I told them, I don't have a problem with him making $500,000. I said, pay him $1 million, but keep the lights on, not off.
Well, that's secondary.
Okay.
That's secondary,
Because
man. The
I'm
first
saying,
thing is you're looking out for your own.
uh,
I mean, you got
because
to
some of
sing
them will
upside.
say,
You got to sing upside down, man.
okay. I got some of them who say, I want his job, I'm jealous of the money he making. Then they don't know me. They does not know I.
Well, it
Mario,
ain't
I'm
about
done.
you. All right,
Yeah,
we shall talk.
right. But, okay.
All righty. Yeah. Beloved, it might not be the the most healthy and invigorating analysis, but nonetheless, beloved, this is how we rate a lot of things. Like, for instance, there are a lot of people here who decide as to whether or not they get SNAP benefit and cable TV. You know, if you get a SNAP and you get a cable TV, you at a certain level. And beloved, if you're not accepting of this critique, I don't think you're understanding how the Virgin Islands is operating. We are at a different level here. This is why I tell you that hey, we don't need checks and balances to have a Republican form of government. We don't need accountability. Yeah, I'm pushing this thing wrongly, but lick your cream, beloved, because natural ice cream is just so good for your soul. Back, beloved. And yes, indeed, we are on a different level. And perhaps this is at least one of the reasons why we don't comprehend that the Virgin Islands is such an attractive destination for, well, people from other parts of the Caribbean, whether it's as close by as the BVI, or it could be as far away as the Dominican Republic, Santo Domingo, or Trinidad, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Dominica, all of these, because, beloved, that is just it. In the Virgin Islands, it is not about producing, as we talk about inside out cultivation. Nah, that doesn't move us. We don't subscribe to that kind of hard work and production. We much prefer the easy life of, well, being a tourist destination where the hardest work we have to do is to smile when we see tourists or allow them to take our picture. But the fact of the matter is that we are not inclined to put in the work that is necessary to bring about inside out cultivation. And beloved, more than anything else, that is what we need. Maybe you haven't noticed it, but beloved, it's been like 100 years now since we understood what it meant to be the product of a dignified, proud way of life that came about as a result of your investing hard work. And this, beloved, is what we had when we came up with what was something unique in the entire Caribbean. Beloved, once again, because of the poor standard of education that we are left with, we don't get to appreciate how it was when, beloved, we didn't even have a high school. Yet at the same time, we had our own bank. And we had a labor union that owned thousands of acres of land. And all of this was due to our investment in inside out cultivation. Beloved, you might not be aware of it. And that's understandable because that's just it. It doesn't matter how good a student you are in our school system because you're not going to get exposed to the topics that should be relevant to your way of life. So that, beloved, up until the St. Croix Labor Union, the farmer slave owners, through a system they call contract labor, they continue to exploit the labor power of our people. And who are what people? We're talking about the descendants of enslaved Africans. Beloved, we had no power. And it wasn't until the Great Fire burn that we ourselves realized that as the majority population, we should have the power to dictate whether we go up, down, left, or right. But we don't. Simple as it seems, beloved, it was that violent experience that we call the Great Fire Burn that made us understand that unless we organize and take advantage of the fact that we are indeed the majority, beloved, we are continually going to be used, misused, and abused. But then came the Synchro Labor Union, and suddenly we realized that yes, by organizing ourselves, we are in fact organizing the most efficient element of production, which is labor power. Beloved, without labor, I don't know what could be accomplished. And this was the message that over 100 years ago, we came to understand for ourselves that, beloved, once we get the ability to organize as labor, everything changed. Because growing sugarcane to produce sugar, that was the business that we were involved in. And as soon as we realized that no business could take place if labor was not involved, labor had to be involved. And beloved, that was what the likelihood of David Hamilton Jackson and company was able to instill in our people, which is that we are the laborers. It is our labor that makes sugar the successful product that it is because of our labor. And beloved, Once we understood that, and we organized as a labor union, things changed. Things changed because suddenly the farmer slave owners, now known as the planters, they had to come to realize that it don't matter how much money they might have, they don't have the power without labor. And as labor organized itself into a union, beloved, the Sacred Labor Union, almost overnight became more powerful than the money that planters had because it became very obvious in a short period of time that it don't matter how much money the planters have, they can't plant sugarcane, they can't produce sugar, they can't make rum without the power of labor. And beloved, labor had organized so that labor was no longer selling itself cheap. When the fireburn was done with, the average wage, beloved, was 20 cents a day. And once the St. Croix Labor Union became a reality, it was a matter of letting the planters to know that Mr. Planter, if you want your sugar cane planted and harvested and turned into sugar, you're going to have to pay us what we demand as our wages. And yes, beloved, in a matter of a couple of years, what started out as a labor union in 1915, in 5 years' time, beloved, in 5 years' time, the laborers organized as the St. Croix Labor Union went from earning 20 cents a day to $1 a day. That is a 500% increase in 5 years. Call it 100% a year. But the fact of the matter is that, beloved, the inside out production became a reality. And St. Croix stood out as a standard bearer in the entire Caribbean. Nowhere in the Caribbean other than St. Croix was there a labor union. And the labor union, known as St. Croix Labor Union, was so successful that, beloved, the very planters who were the former slave owners, they saw the opportunity to divide and rule. And I'm pointing this out to you because, beloved, this is where we find ourselves today. Completely divided amongst ourselves, so that only the select few are able to benefit from the corrupt system. And this is what makes us satisfied with the undignified lifetime, that lifestyle that is measured by, do we get SNAP? Do we get cable TV? Because, beloved, that's our goal. As long as we could get a SNAP, as long as we could have cable TV, we are successful. And who cares about inside out cultivation? Who cares about checks and balances? Who cares about accountability? And this, beloved, is how we have allowed ourselves to be used, misused, and abused. And we don't realize that we end up just taking it out on ourselves. So that, yes, per capita, we have the highest murder rate in the Caribbean. Compare that to over 100 years ago, we had the highest wage per hour in the Caribbean. Wherever you went in the Caribbean, you couldn't find more prosperous working people than right here at St. Croix. They were organized as the St. Croix Labor Union. And, beloved, we were successful. So successful, I said to you, that we increased our wage per hour by 500%. And here we are today, beloved, with absolutely no concept of what it means to have inside out cultivation, to to have a dignified way of life where everybody could earn a living wage rather than just them and those who are privileged to be associated with the politicians and therefore consider themselves the fortunate ones in our system of government that is totally bereft of checks and balances, bereft of accountability, and just simply, beloved, just simply comfortable with what falls off the table as the crumbs for us as a tourism destination. What a thing, yeah, beloved. What a thing. But this is this is where we find ourselves, beloved. And it is shameful, but nonetheless, it is how we live. And we are now at the top of the hour, where we are hopefully going to be stimulated and educated, beloved. So, lick your cream. Because some ice cream is just so good for your soul. Back, beloved. And as we did, in fact, try to inform you, we were hoping to be informed and enlightened by Mr. Henry, better known to us all as the physicist. And I do believe we have him online. And so, beloved, join me in the classroom and let us welcome Mr. Michael Henry. Good afternoon to you.
Yes,
Welcome.
thank you, thank you.
Yes, indeed. We're looking forward to being informed and enlightened.
Right. So I'm still going to go over the, I guess, the parts and how pyrolysis works. This is one of the four different waste to energy ways of doing it. I said incineration, pyrolysis, plasma gas, and the other one is gasification. Gasification and plasma and pyrolysis work pretty much the same way. It's just that at a higher heat. So pyrolysis takes the less amount of heat. Gasification is the next, and the plasma gasification takes the highest. And they break, and with the higher, it breaks it down into smaller molecules. So the plasma gasification breaks it down to hydrogen gas, the most simplest of atoms and gases. But of course, it takes more heat. So basically, what you do is you bring in your waste, and this will be for all of them. But as I said, I'm going to mainly focus in on pyrolysis, but the others is pretty much the same thing. You bring in your waste, and this could be plastics, tires, trees, typically just about any waste besides metals. I mean, you could throw the metals in, but it's kind of, you're not going to get any energy out of that. So it's kind of pointless. So they will sort them. So again, like the metals you would take out. The metals you can resell. There's a resale market for that. So so it's metals, cans. You could take those out and resell them. They melt those down and reuse those to make new metal products. So the other stuff you put in, then you usually grate them or shred them to make them into smaller pieces. So you have a shredder that it goes through, and so there's a little bit of pre-treatment. You wash the stuff down, get off the dirt and that kind of stuff, because that's just a gunk of your system. And then you put it in a what they call a pyrolysis reactor, and that's just basically a furnace. You have where you get the high heat, and basically a lot of what I'm talking about from here on, we already do on the island. So we have people who can work in this kind of plant, because a lot of this is similar to the oil refinery at Provenza. A lot of parts of furnace, they use furnace. They use that to heat up the oil. So a lot of stuff, we have people with who are used to working with these equipment. And then, of course, at WAPA is the same thing. There are people there that's so they use oil to heat in a furnace. They're using that to heat up water to create steam to go to the turbines. And so we're basically trying to do with waste energy. You're basically doing the same thing. But instead of using oil from the refinery or propane to heat up the water to create the steam to go through the turbine, you will be using the waste. So as in the process, people on the island or people who used to be on the island working would be very familiar with a lot of these parts and what to do. There'll be one or two new things, but so the manpower would be there, and the equipment would be similar.
Question.
You need a furnace. And you have to, which basically you're burning some kind of a fuel to create heat. But in this case, with the pyrolysis, you are put in an oxygen-free environment, so it doesn't ignite, it doesn't burn. What it does is heats up, and heat is basically is how much motion the particles that make up the thing has. If they're moving very fast, it's hot. If they're moving slow, it's cold. So when you put your hand on something and you feel it as hot, that's because the particles that make up that thing are moving very fast. And they're colliding with your hand, and then it heats up your hand.
Question.
If you touch it and it's cold, it means that they're moving very slow. And so actually heat is coming from your hand. The particles in your hand are moving faster. When they collide with those slow particles start to move faster.
Question.
Heating up the material. Pardon?
Question.
Uh-huh.
Yes. The furnace, because this is all about feeding this furnace with our waste to produce the heat.
Right? No. So no, you're initially gonna have to have some source of fuel to get this started, to create the heat in the furnace, and then you put in your waste materials in there in a oxygen-free environment.
But before we get there, you mentioned that again that we have workforce here on the island familiar with furnaces because of the oil refinery that was here and Wapa. Now,
and also the rum distilleries,
okay,
Fusion and Diageo. All of these entities they work very much similar, and they all start off with furnaces.
All right, very good. But now, do we need a particular kind of furnace for our system?
It would be, well, of course, one that would give us the temperatures necessary. And then it might be a little bit different than, let's see, would it be much different? I think.
In other words, I'm trying to find out, will we need to purchase, a furnace?
Either way, we'll need to purchase. I would imagine we need to purchase furnaces. It would be a good idea to just try to start out with all new parts, because things break down in time. So if we use something used, we're going to have to, accommodate it, because we're going to have to figure out how to connect the furnace to the chamber and that kind of stuff. And so that creates more possibilities of problems. So
all right,
the ideal situation is to just buy new equipment that are designed to go together.
Now, talk to us a little bit about, what is involved in purchasing the furnaces that we would need for St. Thomas and for St. Croix.
Well, there would be basically a similar thing that when you're purchasing for any of these entities. Water has purchased furnaces. The oil refinery has purchased furnaces. Diageo has purchased furnaces. Fusion Rum has purchased furnaces. So it'll be a lot that will be similar, except that, as I said, in this case, eventually to a chamber that is more or less oxygen free. So it would have to be sealed. Um, I would think, but in any case, you would want your furnaces to be sealed really well because you don't want the heat that you're generating to escape into the atmosphere.
But that's what I mean. What
So,
talk to us about, uh, what is involved in creating this system with these furnaces that would be, well, however they need to be attached
but
to give us the heat
yeah,
that we
that
need.
would be. There are companies that there are many companies that will build these things for waste energy. So this is not you will just have to get in touch with a company that has put together waste energy systems, and they are so you would go to them, tell them your specs, what you're trying to do, how much waste you're expecting, what kind of waste, is it going to be mainly plastics, mainly tires, mainly organic material like trees and paper, so you would have a discussion with them as to what it is you look at, what size of a system and all that, and that's the kind of stuff that you're going to have to really sit down and get that information and put it together so that when you approach them that they can build something or design something that would meet your needs.
Well, this is question. Yeah, do we need to have more than one such furnace system for St. Thomas and more than one such system for St. Croix?
Not necessarily. I would say you need one. I would go with two just as in case of a backup because things fail eventually.
So two for St. Thomas, two for St. Thomas, two for St. Croix. So we're talking about 4 systems that have to be purchased.
Right. And I think you could get by with one, and so you don't necessarily need to get two right away because if they're new, they should break down for a while. So you could get by with one on each island for a while, and in a sense, it would be a good idea to do that. You get
Well,
one
how
on each island.
expensive? How expensive is this equipment?
Well, that is going to be for the next time around. I'm going to look up the prices
all right,
and talk about about how much it would cost. But again, I would say I would be looking to the federal government to fund this.
All right.
And so the price I don't think would be an issue. It's going, they know how much these things cost. They will know much better than we do. Because I said these are things. Waste energy is all over the U.S.
Right.
So they would know the cost, and they would know how much. Based on the information we give them, how much garbage we're expecting. What the type of garbage is. The composition and that sort of thing. So they would know easily what it is that we would need to pull this off, and the amount, because I said this is stuff that the Department of Energy, they have a whole Department of Energy that looks at these kind of stuff, and so they would they have the national labs. There's one of these national labs, probably Sandia, because that one who deals with a lot of this kind of renewable energy kind of thing. And in fact, I just found out the guy I worked with at Bell Labs, he's there now at Sandia, in the national lab. But in any case, they will, this information there that they will easily, they have this stuff, in some database somewhere.
Okay. All right. But again, just so that we understand what you're saying to us, we don't really need more than one of this, could I call it a furnace system? That when you talk about having two, it's the one is just simply a backup.
Right.
We won't be using 2 of them. It's just one.
You're right. Because you just need really one heat source, and one heat source can be used. Now you might need your probably you may need. It might be a good idea to have multiple chambers where you put in the different things in, but that will be powered by one furnace. You know,
Okay.
so that's something that can.
So
be,
basically, it is one furnace St. Thomas, one furnace St. Croix. When we're talking about a
Right.
second, we're talking about backup.
Right. Right.
Okay.
In general, right. And
All
again, it depends on what we decide we're going to do ultimately. So I'm just talking about the basics, and to get started, this can be done. If we see that we want to do something a little more sophisticated, then it may need, multiple furnaces. So this thing can be, you're gonna get out of a waste of energy. You can get out a number of products. You could get out metals like lithium that is used for batteries. In fact, you could put lithium batteries into these things and then recover the metals that are used. And they're going around the world, Africa, all over, digging up those places for these metals, which is not an environmentally good thing for those countries. There's going to be dust, there's going to be all kinds of stuff in the air. That's the thing. Renewable energy is great for the place that is using them, like solar panels and whatnot, for their environment. But they mess up somebody else's environment to get the materials to make those. And so it's not as nice as people think it is. So somebody, right? When it comes to energy, there is no energy that is clean. All energy is dirty and causes issues. It just depends on where and whose place gets messed up. Or when you go from one thing to the other. So one nice thing is recovering metals that have already been used, so you don't have to go and dig up more metals. And this waste energy systems is one way you can do that. After you put heat on these waste, they move around and collide with each other and start to break apart into their pieces. The more heat you have, the smaller pieces they break down into. And so the metals that are in there will get separated from the rest of the stuff. And they're heavier, so they'll fall to the bottom. You could take that sludge or the ash out and then use a magnet to separate the metals from the rest of the stuff. And then now you have those metals that you can sell. So that's one of the byproducts that comes from this. We're trying to get energy, but there's going to be byproducts. That's one of them that is very valuable and environmentally friendly because it prevents some other place like in Africa getting trashed to give us our metals that we need in our electronics and copper for the electrical cables, all of that stuff. So and you can get this from your waste. Tires also have metals in it, the steel belts and whatnot. You put the tires in, you get your energy out, and the metals fall to the bottom, and you can now use those metals and resell them.
Question.
You also get a biochar, carbon from this, and that you can separate out, and that carbon is good to go back into the earth. It helps the soil, enrich the soil, and also helps from runoff, your soil running away.
Question.
So use this biochar.
Question. I'm trying to follow. So far, so good. I'm understanding what you're explaining. But I have a question now. How do you determine what size furnace system do we need? In other words, how do we determine just how much energy we want out of this furnace system?
Well, it's how much garbage garbage you have. That's so you know. So that would the waste management should have a number, and I've seen a number for the VI. They said that we generate 160,000 tons of garbage every year. And so I don't know how accurate that is. I don't know when the last time they updated that, but that's what I found on the internet. And so the waste management would have that number. So based on how much garbage you're going to get per year is going to then pretty much determine the size of the chamber, the pyrolysis chamber you need, and the furnace. And also what type of pyrolysis, what are we doing? Pyrolysis, gasification, plasma, each one needs more heat. So we're doing the lower end. So we're doing pyrolysis. We know we have 160,000 tons of garbage per year. And so they could break that down on a daily basis, divide by 365 to find out how much per day. And then also what the composition, how much tires we expect, and they should know, have that number handy, how much plastics we would expect in there, how much organic material like trees and stuff we would expect and that those numbers waste management should have. If they don't have, that would be awfully embarrassing for them because that's what they do, so they should have these numbers handy. And so this will determine what furnace and what chamber we need. And also what outcomes we're saying. Are we trying to get the metals out? Are we trying to separate the biochar, which would make sense? It would be senseless not to do this. And those things we would have to decide on. And then that would then tell us what specifications, what size furnace we would need, what temperatures we would need to run it at, what other bins and systems, size systems to deal with the metals. So like the metals, you would need a magnet thing to pull the metals out from the rest of the material. So that's going to be another size system where you have to pay for the magnet and the conveyor belts and all that kind of stuff. The biochar, you would have a system taking that, extracting that out from the bottom. All these things will fall to the bottom. And so that would be another system. You would have to have tank conveyor belts and tanks and quenching systems because these systems will be coming out hot. You don't want to cool them down. And so you would need to give out some quenching systems. Usually you would use some sort of a water-based system. And you can get the water again because the heat that comes out of this, the steam that comes out of it, we're going to use to run the turbines. But you need to, once it passes through the turbines, you need to cool it down. And this is where we were getting our drinking water from before, because even if you're not using it as a drinking water, you need to cool it down because you can't, for the steam to continue to flow, the steam on the beginning part before it hits the turbine has to be hotter than the steam on the end once it passes through the chamber, the turbine. If they're around the same temperature, the turbines will stop. The reason, because the steam will stop flowing. And so to get them flowing, one side has to be cold, the side has to, I should say, colder than the first side. And so that's where they would, in the past, they would take some of this, cool it down because they have to. I don't know, they just have to let it go out into the air to keep the system running. But what they do, that's what they were doing also with the heat recovery that Mr. Nibbs was talking about. The idea was, okay, you gotta let it cool down on the other side. So what they would do is take that steam that passes through, wrap it back around, and use it to preheat the water before they start to put it into the furnace. So again, in this system, you would have to have something similar. But in any case, you need water, and you need to just quench this stuff. So they would take some of that steam, cool it down, and then you wrap it back around and use it for all the quenching needs of your system.
realistically, uh, what percentage of our total electrical needs would we be able to produce in this system that we're talking about here now?
Right.
Are we talking about
using the 160,000 tons of waste could we produce per year? Using that number, you can, there's stuff online you could easily put it in and to see how much energy you will get out of that, how much electrical energy. And I think that came to about 80 to 90 megawatts of electrical power. And looking at what our usage is, it came to about 15% of our needs. So I'm looking somewhere around 15%, 10 to 15% of our electrical needs can come from this.
Well, that's what I'm looking at to see, if it is worthwhile to develop this 15% by way of waste energy. If
worthwhile in two ways. One, that's around the amount of solar that they're talking about producing. So if it's good enough for solar, it should be good enough for waste energy. But even more so, with this 10 to 15%, and it's going to be more around somewhere around 15, so it might be 13, 14, but somewhere around 15%.
Yeah.
In addition to the electrical energy, we also tackle our waste problem. Our landfills, both at St. Thomas and St. Croix, are supposed to be closed.
Yeah.
We have reached maximum capacity. And so if we don't close, if we're supposed to find some other ways and some other means of dealing with our waste, and we don't really have them. So this will tackle, so even if we weren't getting, say we're getting only 2% of our electricity from this,
yeah,
it still would make sense because it would be dealing with the waste problem that we have.
That's what I want to hear.
Because, look,
that's what I want to hear. That either which way, we are a winner.
A winner, yeah, because the waste is a problem and we don't have a solution for it. And this is something that would actually give us something out of it, instead of just burning it or waiting for it to catch a fire, which happened on St. Croix, and it happened a couple of years ago in St. Thomas of Bourbon, when they couldn't even get it to stop. They had to get the National Guard from Puerto Rico to come, fly helicopters over and drop water on it.
Yeah.
So even if it gave us zero electricity, it would deal with our waste problem, which is a major problem.
Well,
but it isn't going to give us zero electricity. We're going to get 15%, which is similar to what they're talking about for solar.
Well, that's what I want to hear.
I think this is a no-brainer. This is the thing is, why haven't we been doing this already? That's the question that comes to mind. Not the question of should we do it.
Yeah.
The question should become, how have we not been doing this?
Yes. All right. Well, I like what I'm hearing.
Yeah. And then in addition, with moving to propane, this fits in more nicely because what you get out of this is gas. You could get methane, which is the major component to natural gas. You could get propane, butane, and then you will also get some hydrogen gas. All of these can be used just like the propane and the natural gas in the States to boil water to create steam. Or if you could use it directly, you could ignite the gas, combust the gas, and that gas exhaust, it will work just like the steam. Flow to the turbines and cause the turbines to flow through it. But boiling, I think, is the better to create steam, the better way for a number of reasons. We could also we have gas turbines, so the gas turbines are better because in this one respect, you can ramp it up and shut them down real quick. While the boiler, it takes a while for water to boil, so that reacts more slowly. So we should have some gas turbines for when there's a sudden, unexpected rise of need for electricity, and so you could quickly react to that. But a lot of it should be the scheme where, and again, it's normal use. At 6 o'clock, you're gonna need more or less, and have your right increase the turbines, the boilers as needed. And so this is something. But again, you could have both of them. And you probably should have both. Some gas turbines, some boilers. And the boilers being the mainstay, and the gas, you could turn that up, turn it down as you please. Then, oh, and then the other thing too is, so we know that Carnival has just happened, and you have a bunch of people coming down. So there's going to be a significant demand for more electricity. People coming from the States are not used to the heat, so they're going to be wanting to run their AC 24/7. So there's going to be a peak, significantly peak demand during Carnival, and then in December during Festival. So we're going to be burning more, propane or diesel or whatever it is they are using on what system. Mm-hmm. But with more people comes more waste. So I'm sure Thomas has a ton more waste than they normally have throughout the rest of the year. And then there'll be a similar thing for St. Croix with Festival. And so you have a need for to burn more fuel. But in the end, you have more trash. So that could make up for, if we have a waste energy system, that could make up for some of the extra fuel we will require to burn for our guests and people and what do you call them? Not quite expatriates, but something similar to that. People from the VI who've been away and come back for Carnival and Festival. So I mean, it's so many different ways.
But I have a question that I again will. Let me just ask a question. Leading up to Carnival, we have Easter. And all throughout the Easter, particularly in St. Thomas, blackouts, loss of power was a daily occurrence. And it prompts me to ask the question, how is it that we did not have a catastrophic problem with electric power during the height of Carnival?
Well, St. Thomas did it.
Well, that's what I want to know. How was that?
Well, St. Croix all of a sudden started to have problems.
We didn't have Carnival, but we had power outages. We had power outages.
But all of a sudden we started to have problems.
Yes, that's my question. All the power outages that were taking place in St. Thomas leading up to Carnival, and then Carnival came, and suddenly no problem with power then.
Yeah. Well, I have my theory, but this is a sort of a conspiracy theory. It matches what has happened. So I don't know if it was last year or the year before. You remember a similar thing happened? Both at St. Croix and St. Thomas, and they said that it was because they didn't have enough fuel. And I am kind of thinking that this might be what was happening. that they may have been saving up fuel for Carnival, and so they may have deliberately put St. Thomas on rotation to conserve the fuel for the Carnival they knew was coming.
Wow.
And they knew that there were going to be a big, because a lot of people come home for to Carnival.
Yes, we
and
know
a lot
that.
of
Yes.
visitors come.
Yes.
So there's a big demand. That's
Yes.
the height of any of our year.
Yes.
And they were having blackouts, and then as you said, Carnival comes and no blackout.
Yeah.
Now it could be coincidental. They were having, as they were claiming, machinery problems, and maybe they got it fixed or whatever. But in the back of my head, I'm like, I don't know. There are other possibilities. And then all of a sudden, again, as I said, St. Croix all of a sudden was while Carnival was going on, was having blackouts.
Yes.
I am kind of, the thought has to come to my mind that maybe they used some of the fuel that was on St. Croix was used in Carnival. And so they again, similar to how they had rounds and in St. Thomas. And as I said, a couple of years ago, they added the same thing, Carnival in St. Thomas. And not just St. Thomas was having blackouts, but St. Croix was when we had no Carnival.
Yeah.
And they said that at that time there was a fuel shortage. So, yeah.
Like you say, it's sound conspiratorial, but again,
But at the same time, you can't blame a person for thinking so based on the information that is out there. It's similar to the presidential assassination attempt recently. A lot of people are like, okay, this is starting to look a little set up, made up. And you can't blame them because there's stuff that's very strange about this particular one. That you have to close your eyes and not look at the facts to get that out of your head. And so a similar thing with this. It may not be, but you can't blame a person for thinking that there's a possibility with the facts that we know.
it's just so coincidental. It just slaps in your face.
Yes. You have to shut your brain off not to wonder. And you have to ignore a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, well, I had to ask that question. I had to ask the question.
Yeah. I don't blame you. If it isn't something like what we were talking about, then it was just extremely coincidental. For 2 years that you have when Carnival comes, all of a sudden there are power problems on St. Croix. And then, as you said, this time around, no power problems on St. Thomas. It was the week before they had power problems.
Yes.
But the week of Carnival, they're fine. St. Croix has a problem where there hasn't been an increase in demand because it's not like a flux of people came visited. The place where they did have a flux of people visited, no problem.
Hey, sorry about that. Actually, if you could call back in about 15 minutes, he's doing an interview with Mr. Henry, but he'll be done at 3. I didn't want to keep you on.
Hello?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm listening to everything.
So I can't blame you for asking. And we may be totally off. It may be some, but at the same time, if you're thinking person, this thought would come to you.
Of course.
Yeah.
And as year after year, this happens. This year, it was particularly, egregious because St. Thomas has been, suffering from so many blackouts on a regular basis, daily.
Yeah.
And then suddenly comes Carnival, and All of a sudden you've got reliable power. All of a sudden it's reliable.
Yeah, it really makes you, what is that, a song, the things that make you go,
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely one of them. It really is. But again, if you go to waste energy, they would have just accumulated a lot of waste that they could save that energy for next year.
Well, this is what I'm thinking. This is what I was thinking. And when I asked the question, it's like, well, whatever they did, whether it is a conspiracy or not, well, why is it that we can't make use of this to benefit us for the long run? Whatever it is that you do, what it is that you save up, power, you need to have, extra storage or whatever is done. Why can't we benefit from this other than a carnival time?
Right. And this is, so I find in life you can't decide what opportunities come to you. The only thing you can do is take what comes to you and figure out how to use it to your best interest. So we can't decide whether we have oil, whether we have natural gas, that kind of stuff. We just have to look at where we are and what we have available to work with and make the best decision of that. We're not God. We can't decide these things. We could decide, look around and see what has God given us and how can we use that to our best ability. And as I said, there's a parable that talks about that, the parable of the 5 talents, the 10 talents, where, the master is going away, a landowner, and he gives, one 5 talents, the other one 4, the other one 2, and goes away. And he tells them, to invest them and one, so when they came back, the guy with 5 said, okay, you gave me 5, but here, I'm giving you back 10. The other one 4, here, I give you back 3. The other one that got 2 said, well, I know you all, scrupulous, you all about money and stuff, and that, so I buried it and to keep it safe. And so here's the 2 that you gave me. And the master said, well, you know how I am about my money and stuff, and yet still you didn't do anything to invest them. You're giving me back what I gave you. And he took the 2 from him and gave to the one that he gave 5 and punished him. And as a kid, I thought that was wicked. But after growing up, I realized talents aren't money. I Googled it to see was this ever a form of money, and it was never. They're talking about talents that God gives each one of us, and some people develop their talents. They learn they're a quick, fast runner, and they train in order to develop that talent and get better at it. While other people complain and say, "Oh, God didn't make me a fast runner, so I'm just going to sit here and do nothing. I'm not going to look to see what talent God gave me and develop it." We don't get the same talents, just like in the past. But we do get some. We get something, and we should be developing whatever God gave us. We should be developing it and not looking at what God gave somebody else. Oh, someplace else has this. Someplace else has wind. Someplace else has, some other form of energy. Yeah, we don't have those things. That isn't what God gave us. Look and see what God gave us. And waste is one of them. Everybody gets waste. And what we're doing, we're not developing it. We're sitting and complaining that we don't have these other things. Nuclear energy, this, that, and the other. Meanwhile, we're just sitting on our pile of waste, our talent, and not developing it.
Well, we want to develop it. And we want to go down this road a little further to understand, well, what does it take to get a plan that can be, well, can be sold to the federal government for one thing?
Basically, time and effort. We need a group of people to sit down because we have to show the federal government that we have some clue as to what we're asking them to do with their money. You know, that there's a good chance that we are going to be successful in doing what we are asking them to fund. Because Congress don't like spending money and then nothing comes of it, because people who wanted to use that money for something else are going to bring it up and say, well, we funded this and where's the result?
Of course.
They want to be able to show this, yes, I funded this so many years, last year, so many years, and this is the result. We got what we were looking for.
Yes.
What we spent our money on. If they can't do that, they are going to find themselves in trouble, because the next time they ask for money for whatever, people are going to be like, well, remember the last time you asked and we gave and nothing happened. So they want results. So they want us to put together something that shows there's a good possibility that we can pull this off. That how many years later there will be a waste of energy that is producing somewhere in the ballpark of what we claim we can get. So we need to put all the numbers together. We need to put a plan together. This is the equipment. This is going to be the cost. This is going to be how much to put it together, and be able to present that to them. And they will not have, they could not deny us without looking very racist. And they then can't go around the world, trying to interfere with other people's issues, because then they'll be like, well, look at what you're doing with the territories that you control.
No. Well,
so they will. If we put a crappy plan together, now they have an excuse to say no.
Well, I think
a solid one. Yeah. So it's good. Again, some time to get the numbers, to talk to the companies, to find out how much this is going, what equipment it's going to take, how much it's going to cost, and then of course the assembly, the construction of the plant. Of course, it's going to take land too. The South Shore and St. Croix, of course, makes perfect sense. Even with the refinery, even if they fire back up, it's not going to be the size of what it was before. So a portion of that land is a possibility. So there's going to be, so that on St. Thomas, I'm not sure what their land situation is. So somebody in St. Thomas would have to, look at, and of course, it would have to be determined how much land is necessary. And so all that will be part of the plan. How many acres would they need to have this facility? Locating that acre on St. Croix, locating it on St. Thomas. So those are the things that would have to be done.
I know.
And again, different talents. So there's some people who are good at knowing what land is available on each island.
Yeah.
And so it's, giving them the specifications, what is going to be required, they go off and do their thing. And try and come up with a spot for it.
Well, the way I see it, and from just, learning from you, because like I said, it's enlightening information. And what I'm hearing is that the cost of electricity in the Virgin Islands, the egregious cost of electricity in itself should be a catalyst that causes us to come up with a straightforward plan that just reduces the cost of our electricity. I mean, how challenging could that be? I mean, we have the highest
It'll be
electricity.
helpful for us too. So, like, for example, I'm sure we can find somebody in Sandia National Lab that can do, help us out with the, requirement design and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure they will be more than happy to, because they will kind of prove their work, And so this is not something that, again, it's just shameful that we haven't done it, because I am sure that we would get so much help from different sources. And also that I'm sure we have the talent in the VI. We have people with the knowledge in the different areas. If we just have them come together to form a plan, we can do this. But at any areas that we might be lacking in, there's national help for this. There are cities that have done this, and if we go and talk to them, I don't see why we are not going to be able to find some one of them that are willing to let us know, okay, well, this is what we did. This is what's required. That's why I found that people usually finding help is usually not hard.
Well, like I said, our the cost of electricity, if that's not an incentive, I mean, what more?
And again,
what more of a catalyst?
And what's going on with our land?
Yes.
And then now, and I even check in, although I've talked about it briefly. So a separate thing, you could get energy from the wastewater. That is a little bit different. That doesn't take heating or anything like that. So, but I'll talk about that another day. But again, we have a problem with our wastewater. St. Thomas is talking about they got sewer running in the streets. We've had that on St. Croix, in Christiansted. So, and that's another source of energy. And even if it's not a source of energy, it's something that needs to be fixed on its own. So even again, if we're getting zero energy out of this, it's something that we need to fix and put money towards. But you can, in addition to fixing the problem, get some energy out of it, which is we need.
Give me 1 second. Let me bring in a second caller for questions.
All right.
Hello.
Hello, you still there?
Hello.
I am. Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Awesome. I am almost there, figuring out this, mixing you guys together. Conference. Okay. Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear us? Call up.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, go right ahead. Go right ahead, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Brother Mario and Professor Henry. I thought I was so glad when he went to the conspiracy theory, because I thought I was being crazy all by myself.
Right.
But,
Now you gotta make room for me. You gotta make room for me. I'm right there with you.
all right. So I call about to ask a quick question. It seems to me that in this process, there was one area where he did not address. Maybe he's going to do it later. And that's about the processing of the waste. Doesn't it have to be processed before it's put into use?
Yes. Yeah, I did talk about that briefly. So it has to be sorted, and then they're washed down, to get the dirt off of it. So there is a pre-treatment that it goes through.
And separation of the various types of
Right.
article,
So
right?
a lot of it can go in, tires, plastics, organic material like trees, grass, but metals, so somebody car axle, that it's. I mean, it can go in, but it doesn't make a lot of sense at least in the pyrolysis one. We're not going to be the temperature is not going to be high enough to really do anything, and you wouldn't really want to. So the metals you would take out, and there's a resale market for the metals. So you would want to take that stuff out before you put it in. Yeah. So this again, it's going to be jobs. There's going to be jobs on many levels, and one of the jobs is usually the pre-sorted.
And some of that should start with the customers, with recycling.
Right. And there are markets for this. I can't believe. Pardon me?
We're not doing recycling here.
I think if I'm not mistaken, they do with not with the plastics, but like with the metals. So I think they do with the metals. But the plastics, there's been non-governmental groups that have done stuff. There was one that I think they were shipping them off in containers, but I think that seemed to have stopped. But there's a new one recently, it's St. Croix, that is at the Peters West facility. They are asking people to bring in their plastics. They're planning to reuse those, not recycle. So reuse is to use them for other things. So they're going to take them, I guess, melt them down and have plastic products. So there's going to be some of that. But I suspect that to be, used, resell on the island. But I think even with that, I doubt that they're going to use all of the plastics that we generate. So I think there will still be plastics left over. Yeah. So, and I'm all for reusing. So when I talk about using the stuff, it's not to the exclusion of reusing these materials. So but I just don't think we're going to be, we're going to have a market that is going to be that large for plastics, or tires. So I think there's going to be a lot left over that will be used for energy.
Well, I think that it's expand our imagination that we could create a better market for tires and plastics. But let's leave that to rest for now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. You have a great day.
No problem.
You
do that.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Bye-bye.
Well, we are happy to be at the top of the hour, but it has been a very enlightening hour of information. And well, as the college pointed out here, we are learning and we are all agreeing with you that basically this is something that should have been done years ago, not just yesterday, but years ago, because we not only have the extremely high cost of energy, but then we have the problem of the waste. What are we going to do about the waste that we generate?
High cost of energy.
Hey, Mr. Henry, you still there?
Yeah. I got a call up on the other line, so I just called back here so I can say goodbye. Not be rude.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We've got you on right now with Mario.
All right.
Well, this is until next week.
All right, so I was just calling. I got disconnected, but I just was calling to say goodbye till next week.
Okay. Well, like I said, it has been, very productive, enlightening, and we are most appreciative, and we can continue to be as well enlightened and informative as we have been. Hey, it's worth the while. So
Yes.
let's keep it up.
All right, and next week I'll try to gather some numbers so to give a ballpark idea of how much. But as I said, I'm not that concerned about how much because I think we could get it from the federal government. I don't see them coming up with a reason saying no unless we just have a
No.
terrible plan,
No.
or no plan.
No.
So,
And I mean, our cost of electricity is, I mean, I can't think of a better word other than egregious. I mean,
Yeah.
this is it's criminal what
Yeah.
we pay for electricity. So that yes, the federal government, everybody should be on board here because that combined with the problem that you know that is growing on us with this excessive waste that we don't know what to do with, we well, the conflation, you know, should give us more than enough motivation to do something yesterday, if not today.
yeah. And this will give Congress some bragging rights. You know, this will be something that they
There
could,
you go. There you go. Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Thank you
We
much.
have to show some level, some promise of success to them.
All right.
Because otherwise, it could blow up in their face and not be something they could brag about.
Okay.
All right. So until next week.
Thank you much. Thank you much. Take
No
care.
problem.
All righty. And with that, beloved, we say lick your cream because hot chocolate ice cream is just so good for your soul.
Yeah, all right. Glad I figured out how to do
And yes, beloved, we we have learned quite a bit. I certainly have, and I'm uh, pleased to announce that, well, I am a little bit more informed than I was an hour ago. And like I said, we need to see how we can benefit from these factors. The fact that we have the highest cost of electricity, and that we need to do something about the waste that we are generating. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yes, and good to hear your voice. First of all, I want to say, watch that cough, and I want to say good afternoon to your guest. I wanted to ask a question to clarify for my learning knowledge, and I'm learning a lot. From school, I want to clarify in my head what I was taught. May I ask your guest? Because for my enhancement, is there, with all that salt water that we have, the seawater, should we have any electrical problems?
Well, let me first point out that at 3 o'clock, our guest left us is from 2 to 3
Okay.
that we have.
Okay.
But
All right.
I do believe that no, we have. But again, I am basically just repeating what I think I have understood over time, that we have been able to deal with the oxidation of the salt from the seawater. That the problem, if anything, is that we're not using it as well as beneficially as we can, because we used to be able to desalinate through desalination, make better use of the fact that we're surrounded by seawater.
Mm-hmm.
We are now, and I think that the point that was made to get me to understand it is that because of the politics, we have let a contract out for a company that uses reverse osmosis to supply us with the fresh water.
Okay.
And it is certainly not as useful as it had been, and that combined with the fact that we have allowed our pipes, to be corroded over the years. That I mean, since really the talking in terms of the 1970s, so that fresh water that is generated in the Christiansted part of the island, let's put it that way, that by the time it's pumped to Fredericksted, the rust actually colors the water.
Mm-hmm.
And that you can see the rust in the water. That is seriously problematic. And it's a matter of pipes. So when you combine that with the fact that we're using this reverse osmosis as opposed to the what we get these the system that is still being used in Israel, desalination. We had they tell us, some of the best drinking water anywhere, because it was the equivalent of we were producing distilled water. But somehow or the other, we allowed politics to interfere with it, and so that now we're paying more for water, and we're getting well much substandard quality of well potable water, drinking water. So
The
we
reason
got
why I
from,
asked that question, excuse me, go ahead, sir.
no, all I was going to say is we got from bad to worse.
Yes, yes. And the reason why I asked that, because in high school, y'all taught us, I think it was physical science or whatever, that about our salt water and electricity and energy. So I was trying to relate back to what I was taught
Yes.
to now. And, you know, they would say we were well off based on us surrounded by the sea.
Mm.
And, you know, we know about the sodium and all the ions and stuff that were
Yeah.
coming that produce energy and electricity. I'm not going to, but then I was trying to see, well, are we still, you know, but now that you explained that to me, then it's like they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and go back to that. So I'm so glad, like you said, with politics and all the other stuff that's going on, we at the drawing board right now.
Mm.
I'm so glad that you explained it. I was reluctant to ask that question. I did wait for you on the air, but we kind of got disconnected somewhere. But I also want to say to you, Mo, take care of that car. Don't play with it. And
At my age, I can't afford to.
and you know who's speaking to you. Love you always.
Yes,
Okay?
indeed.
And thank you for explaining that to me. Now my head is clear.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay, blessed and ashamed.
I see. Yes, beloved. We have well, have you been paying attention? We've had a lot of problems. Many of it really generated by the political connections that we have, like this matter of well, here we got a call. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moorhead.
Welcome, Mr. Grant.
I just wake up for my afternoon nap.
Good for you. Good for you.
I'm only, well, I guess you would explain it to the woman. The process we use to make water with the IDEs is really desalination engineering.
Yeah.
It's called thermal evaporation. What we're doing now is reverse osmosis,
Yeah.
taking seawater and doing desalination.
Yeah.
So when they said we made some of the best drinkable water, like he was telling us, it's because the water was being made from fresh water. Then we boil it in a boiler.
Yeah.
And there's no pressure saturated steam. That's like if you're boiling water in a pot and you lift up the cover,
Yeah.
the cover will have a water vapor steam.
Yeah.
Meaning it's all about temperature. Water boils to steam at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. It turns to ice at 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes.
So when we were making water through that process, we was able to make two end products out of the water that's coming into the boiler, because the high pressure, dry saturated steam went to turn a steam driven turbine that produces electricity, and the other end, the low pressure saturated steam went to the IDEs to be condensed from that to liquid, fresh, potable, drinkable water.
Mm-hmm.
So I just was hearing you telling the lady, and I just said, well, let me call in.
And I appreciate that, because I do not have the the expertise to articulate it, because it's just not my field.
I know, that's why I called you. I said, let me call it, and maybe I could give a little 2 cents to help out my group.
You gave more than 2 cents. It was more like $2.
And the funny thing is, Mario, water the kind of water that we produce, where back, I want to say 30-something years ago, Armando Rocky Liebert, who was a senator out of St. John, had wrote a bill, and the bill was still there in the legislature, where he was saying when we was making water through that process, we could have bottled it and use it as a commodity to generate revenue that would have helped water, which politics, which have ruined the Virgin Islands, Mr. Moorhead, have got involved, and they were bickering, saying that, oh, we would be competing with the local water producers, when that would be the furthest thing from the truth. It would have been more of an exploitation. That was where the revenue stream was.
Right.
That's why me and Brother put that initiative together and submitted it in the 34th legislative body to Carla Joseph. And Mr. Moore, if they had taken this serious, we might have been ahead of the curve, because right now, as we're trying to find ways coming up to reduce our energy footprint, the cost of energy, we need an alternative way. Right now, we haven't even seen the result of what's happening over there in the Strait of Hormuz, because we have been operating on what was already in the pipeline. The stuff that's over there that hasn't come out because of what's going on with America, Israel, and Iran, that has still have yet to come to refineries and get into the system. But even with that, we have seen, I personally have seen the price of gas where I go, especially 2 blocks from here. It was $3.39 for 89 and $3.69 for 93. It is now $4.89. The last time I went to put in gas, and that was a couple weeks ago, and I put in gas come Monday again when I get my SSDI. And 93 was 5 and change. Now, just at the other gas stations around here in the country, is 5 and change easily. So that means that electricity in the Virgin Islands is going to go up, and that's sad because of 2 things. Mainly, the cost already. If you're not paying the highest, you're paying one of the highest, and reliability. So when you look at what's coming later this summer into the fall, it's not a good thing. And I haven't heard anyone from Carl Knight, any of the board members, anybody talking about what are we planning on doing when this happens. I'm tired of you having to tell people bait and blow, Mario. There's only something about it bait and blow you can do, before you run out of breath.
But as you're making it very clear, we have everything. We have just been experiencing the tip of the iceberg. The worst is yet to come.
Mario, and really we're talking about food yet. We're just talking about fuel oil at the gas pump for your car to get around, and for the power plants to produce electricity. The other big thing coming down is food.
Yeah.
And with this administration having the outlook that agriculture in the Virgin Islands is a hobby, I don't know what's worse than getting a slap in the face when Sequoia was a breadbasket of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
To say no, that we just doing hobbies as if we're making kites, we're making catapults or something.
Yeah.
When you need to be taking that seriously, you have seen the red flags. We had the pandemic that closed down logistics for shipping. We almost had a longshoreman strike a little over a year ago that would have shut down the ports again. When 90%, I don't know what the percentage you guys got here, 90% of all food and water is freighted in to the Virgin Islands through these freight ships.
That's correct.
So if you keep seeing on a global scale these red flags that's showing you that it could be a scarcity, water because they know what's coming down the pipe. There's a food bank that is in the building right next to me, Mr. Moore. There's last Thursday every month.
Yeah.
Last week, Thursday, April 30th, the line stretched for 4 city blocks.
Wow.
It was out here. When I went outside, I think it was a little, maybe minutes to 7. People was already outside. They didn't start serving the food till 11.
Yeah.
So I don't know how things are in the board, man. I could only tell you guys reporting from what I'm seeing here on the mainland. And when you see these things, you know it's only going to be a matter of time before, you know, things are getting bad in the verse. Now, when you talk about food, the food prices, I just went to the supermarket yesterday. You know, it seems like every time I go in there now, something gone up a quarter, a nickel, a dime, 50 cents, something.
Mm.
The prices have not stayed the same. It's like you go there, and I go to there maybe once or twice a week just to pick up real things because nobody's doing no big $400-500 grocery shopping. You go, you pick up the items that you need in the household here and there. So when I hear them talk about fertilizer as one of the big commodities that is being blocked in the Strait of Hormuz, well, if they have fertilizer to fertilize the ground, and Trump have got rid of all of the so-called illegal immigrants that was planting and harvesting the food.
Yeah.
That's another thing we haven't seen the tip of the iceberg yet. Well, now, as they talk about right now, it's the time when it's planting season, we in spring.
Yeah.
This is the last month of the year. So now is when people are going out there and they plowing the fields and you know, planting the seeds. Well,
But they have no fertilizer
to help with the crop. And if ain't nobody there to help plant it, and then just like last year when Trump was rounding up all of the so-called illegal immigrants, and what was happening? Strawberries, tomatoes, everything that had to be handpicked was just rotting on the vine in the field. So, with that being said, you know, I can't see why Mr. Peterson, the Commissioner of Agriculture, who are there on those committees down in the Senate, the candidates that is currently running in the gubernatorial race or the senatorial race, I hope people are vetting these individuals and asking them these questions. Show me a plan. Because if these things are coming down the pipe, what are our plans when we go to Federal Plaza and there's nothing that we want to purchase that's on the shelves? What are we going to do?
Well, I don't know because we have no plan.
It's a morning. My dear old mother, who, if she was with us, would be 103, used to tell me that word, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Well, that's where we at. That's where we at. We're planning to fail.
Well, Mr. Moorhead, you have blown the conch shell about these so-called no good leaders, and you have told us what happened in 1966. And until there's reapportionment in our first branch of government, where we will be following the U.S. Constitution, one representative per district, I can't see things being turned around no matter how good a candidate you have. Because if you're in an unconstitutional, illegal, corrupt system, no matter how good you is, if the system corrupt, how can you go against a corrupt system?
Well, that's where we at. That's where we at.
So I think in order for us to see some type of change in the world now, we need to have reapportionment. That way we can have a check on a full branch of government. Just like right now here in America, what everybody's waiting for is come November for the general election. So hopefully we can put a check on 1600 Pennsylvania, Donald John Trump, by putting the Democrats back in charge of the House. Hakeem Jeffries he's a minority leader, now he will be the speaker. That way And if the judiciary is not there to be the last line of defense, I don't know what to say, how things will turn out. But I think that's I don't see a change. Maybe you're a little older than me, Mr. Morley, you're a little more experienced. What do you see of Brazilian politics if we don't get a reapportionment done? What do you see? How do we get accountability? How do we put a check on our representatives? It's going to be the same old. We just keep doing the same old thing. And
Yes, but you say that it's a grand yes, that God help us all, because I couldn't find the words to describe the desperation that is around the corner, waiting to pounce on us. We are in bad shape, and as you pointed out, you said your mother was within you. If you fail to plan, you plan it to fail, and that's where we are.
Yeah, I used to poke that.
That's where we are.
Oh man. Voters, this is when you wield your power, I would say, Mr. Moore, the electorate, because this is the electoral cycle. This is when they ask for your vote of confidence to be your representative. And in order to represent you, they have to be able to know what your issues are so that they could advocate for your issues.
Of course.
So now this is where you need to make sure they have in town halls, that they just ain't doing social media posts, that you don't need them, you just see posters up, vote for me, vote for this. No. And I think that the Board of Election is doing a pitiful job, because they know that until there's reapportionment, that they just run in this little stupid, almost like a Ponzi scheme type of thing with politics. Because every 2 years, every 4 years, we have gubernatorial election, we have senatorial election, and delegate to Congress. We just had it in 24. From 24 to 26, what have politicians done to make things better about them? Mr. Moorhead, Carnival just got over, and it was a crying shame that we had rats who was running in the streets of St. Thomas, where people were doing a party.
Yeah. It's that bad, and it's going to get much worse. But unfortunately, I'm at the bottom of the hour, and people are going to be jumping all over me, Mr. Grant.
I'm going to leave it right there. And every time until they start packaging some ice cream, every time I call your program, I call any program, I'm going to keep laughing at it, because how else am I going to get some ice cream here in the Bronx?
Don't stop.
Package it so that they could ship it out.
Don't stop. Keep on it.
Well, you said right now it's before the Senate, right? So I don't keep calling these senators. Who's a special senator that's supposed to be pushing this issue, so I could call this?
Senator Gittins.
All right, we'll say no more, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and I'm up now and listen to the program.
Thank you. All righty. Lick your cream, beloved, because after ice cream is just so good for your soul. And yes, beloved, we are moving from the technical to the comical, historical, comical. Beloved, it is time for our Crucian history question. And we know you are ready because we are. And so, without any hesitation, beloved, here we go. In 1962, Walter I.M. Hodge, better known to us in the Frederickson area as Brother Hodge. Beloved, that November 1962 election, Brother Hodge was president of the legislature, and he was up for re-election. Turns out that for the first time in his life, Brother Hodge lost an election, and would you believe he never won another one? So in 1962, Walter I.M. Hodge, better known as Brother Hodge, the president of the legislature, lost his bid to be re-elected. In 1982, retired police captain Adelbert M. Bryant ran for a seat in the Virgin Islands legislature, and he was indeed successful. And so that November 1982, retired police captain Adelbert M. Bryant, better known to us as Bert Bryant, was elected to the legislature. From 1962 to 1982 is 20 years. In that period of time, there were 10 elections. Our question, our Crucian history question is, how many presidents of the legislature did we elect in that 20-year period? Give us their names. Tell us the names. "20 years, beloved, and we want you to tell us from Brother Hodge to Bert Bryant, from 1962 to 1982. How many Crucian Senate presidents did we have? Tell us their names. We want to know their names. So help us out. Good afternoon to you.
Is it 7?
Is the number 7? Well,
Yes, sir.
if I say yes, you're going to tell us who the 7 are?
I don't know by heart.
All right. Wheel and come again. Yes, beloved. We are interested in knowing how many Crucian Senate presidents did we have after Walter I.M. Hodge, better known to us as Brother Hodge, lost his re-election in November of 1962. Good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon, Bill. How are you doing?
You in charge.
Because I gonna say 1.
You gonna say 1. You want to call the name of the one?
Ruby M. Rose.
Beloved, wheel and come again. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon, Mario.
Yes.
How are you doing?
We try to have a little bit of fun with our Crucian history questionnaire because we had a very enlightening afternoon of information about Virgin Islands water and power. So we try to lighten it up a little bit here now.
Okay, let me see if I can keep the fire burning.
Good thing.
All right. I would say 6.
You would say 6.
Uh-huh.
You want to call the name?
Yeah, I would say Walter I.M. Hodge or Ati or Beatty.
No. I got to stop you. I have to stop you right there. We are looking for the Crucian Senate President. The Crucian Senate President. So wheel and come again. Crucian Senate President Walter I.M. Hodge, Brother Hodge, was a Crucian Senate President. Crucian Senate President between 1962 and 1982. 1962 to 1982, that is 20 years. 20 years. So that we had as many as 10 different Senate presidents in that period of time. Good afternoon to you.
Okay, you're back again, Mario. Okay, I would say I'm 3.
You would say 3.
Uh-huh.
You want to name them?
Yes, I would say Walter I.M. Hodge, Claude Malone, and Ruby Rose.
Wheel and come again.
Okay, all right.
Beloved, we are looking for Crucian Senate President in that 20-year period from 1962 to 1982. How many Crucian Senate presidents did we have? Name them. Good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon again, beloved. I think I can just say.
All right.
It was 2 of them. It was Claude Tapi Malloy and Ruby M. Rose.
And he is correct. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. You know, you kept saying Walter I.M. Hodge, Brother Hodge, but 1962 is when he lost.
Right.
He didn't really last, you know. But that is the point I wanted for us to realize that in 20 years we only
Yeah,
had
no control.
we only had 2 St. Croix
Senator.
Senate
Yeah.
presidents,
Senate President, right.
Claude Malloy and Ruby Rouse.
Right,
And-
right, right.
And the reason I gave you Board Bryan coming to the legislature in 1982 is because while people talk about Board Bryan doing this, that, and the other, it's on half light in the legislature, he do this, he do that, do the other thing. He is the one that made sure that Crucians got as many chances to be Senate president as St. Thomians.
Right, right. Yes.
So that, you know, if this term a Crucian is president, the next term would be a St. Thomian.
Right, right. Got you.
And the next one after that would be Crucian. So that, you know, son, every 2 years you change.
Uh-huh.
Because we want you to know that actually in 20 years,
Yes, sir. That's a long time.
20 years, that means,
20 years.
you know, son, Claude Malloy got there 2 years, Ruby Rouse got 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that 4 out of the 20 years, that is it. And I want to tell you now the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Our athlete was president 3 consecutive times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I remember
Then
doing that.
Then after him came John Maduro.
Maduro, right, right.
Then after Maduro came who? Who's the next
Okay.
one?
I think that was
Elmo Roebuck.
William
Elmo Roebuck.
Robot. Okay, good. Got you.
Elmo Roebuck 3 consecutive times.
Mhm.
So, beloved, this is what I want you to realize. This is when the political structure of the Virgin Islands was changed.
Yeah.
In those 20 years there, this is when, as a result of Doug James and Patrick Williams
Mhm.
joined up with the Unity Party for the first time in history, St. Thomians
Was in
got the
charge.
political dominance.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
That
first
was-
time in history.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if not for Board Bryan doing what he did,
Right.
it would have been worse.
You right, beloved.
You know, because
You know,
what has happened is that you kill off the ICM party.
mhm.
The Republican Party never did make it
A challenge us.
never been a challenge.
No.
All right. So that once the Unity Party took over the Democratic Party, church out.
Yeah.
And this is what really going on. And-
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Democratic Committee 16 is St. Thomas.
Thank you.
I know, Solomon.
Thank you. You hear the say, you hear that? Sir? And it's right there, right in front of us. You know, and so that this year, you know, the primary election is going to determine who is going to be the next governor of the Virgin Islands. That's what everybody says.
Yeah. That's what it's saying.
Whoever come out as the winner in the gubernatorial primary,
Primary. Yeah, that's what it's saying.
That's what they're saying. That's the next one. That's your next one already.
I see the front though. Beloved again.
Well, anyhow, while we're there, before I forget it, before I got to do my thing.
Yeah.
You got to give full name.
Okay, turn out.
Who you giving it to?
Well, nobody in there here, so I might, I'm gonna call Mrs. Santa. I'll go for it. Yeah. She named Angela Hall. Yeah, just remember. Yeah, she there.
Okay, boy.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't tell what flavor she like.
Well, that's good enough. That's good enough. All right.
Yeah.
Angela Hall will be the one to lick the cream.
Yeah.
All right. Good thing.
Yeah. But beloved,
Yeah.
As you were saying earlier, right?
Yeah.
Well, we turn towards the man we call D. Hamilton Jackson, a great leader.
Yeah.
I really need that. The children them don't really know about these things here.
Well, that's the feeling of our education system.
Yeah. And,
whenever we teach in history, we teach in history of America.
Right.
We teach about John Washington and Abraham Lincoln and Christopher Columbus and all the things. They don't teach that.
According to what's going on now, beloved, you keep hearing them saying, well, people don't like the plan. I don't think that's nonsense. The government, don't, make the initiative for agriculture to be our inside out cultivation as needed right now.
Yeah.
It's really neat. Listen, I hear you talking about crazy people on the street. You're going to hear hunger on the street too.
Just know.
The breadbasket of the Caribbean,
Yeah.
the same island that they're here, same island, beloved.
Right.
And I've been listening to the most powerful black man in America. I was Ali, Nation Islam. He was talking about how we need to, as black people,
All right.
start getting together. Start supporting our own people. And if we start doing those things, planting and everything.
But we already had the example of how successful was the St. Croix Labor Union.
Yeah.
So I don't know what we need to do to change, because we are allowing the same Thomas politicians to make people, Because so many people just like the cool people realize what's going on.
Yeah.
The politicians doing this. And they live in large.
They've been doing it from 1962 to now.
And they live in large.
Yeah,
all right, man. I'm going to take another call, man. Congratulations to you, man.
Yeah, all right.
And I'm glad you didn't give up. No. Good thing. I like that. Good thing. All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Mario. Josh saved the day for me.
Oh, that what happened?
He sent me a link because I couldn't get on the normal ways I would get on at all.
What?
What I do. But he sent me a link, so I'm on now.
Okay, well, good. Yeah. I thought we would have heard from you when we had the physicist, Mr. Henry, on. We had a good hour with him. Good time.
Oh, okay. Well, I really missed that, but I'll make up for it. But let me just with a question.
Yeah.
I was saying, I know that my ICM brethren, Tappy Malloy, was one.
Yeah.
And I was saying Farry, but I don't think Farry was ever president of the legislature.
No. Derek Hodge
No,
was.
he wasn't. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Derek Hodge was president.
That's right. That's right. Yes. So
And Farley would not, and he would not have qualified because we were looking for the Crujan president. And Farley was a St. Thomas.
Oh yes, that's right. That's right. Even if he was, he did.
Right. He would not. Yeah, he would not qualify there.
He was a transformational Crujan.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. But at least the one that did that.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
At least convinced him. At least convinced him, and he said, "Yeah, I think we could do that."
I would want them to show me a man so solidly in politics, to include low-root politics,
Yeah.
and all be my big brother from Savannah.
Well, hey, I refer to him as the political genius of St. Thomas.
Oh yeah.
You understand?
Luckily for me, luckily for me, I learned under him. He was one of my mentors. He and Terry King.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't know what. If you have time now, I could say a thing or two.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if he covered metering, the device they use to measure your electrical consumption. So let me just
No, not yet.
Okay. When I went to WAPA back in '67, I saw a pile of old meters thrown down, bent up, catching water, all kind of thing. And I did some research of my own, and it led me to an equipment. It's what we call a board. We could plug in a meter into it, and it can recalibrate the meter. And I decided I'm going to order that fella. Order it. One Mr. Anton Jackson. I think he's a Crucian, but he was, I know him from St. Thomas as a boy. From Savannah as well as myself, I know all his children and so. And he used to be a meter man back in the day. And St. Croix, you had Olaf Peterson. It was Olaf a Hispanic person, and I know he speaks a lot of Spanish. You know Olaf?
No, I don't know. Olaf, what's the last name again?
Peterson.
No, I don't know that.
A brown skin boy, and Olaf was his right name. That's what name they used to call him. But man, too, he was key in metering. But he speaks a lot of Spanish.
Okay.
He spoke with a Spanish accent to me. So
yeah, brother, I probably know him.
Yes. And what happened is that Anton Jackson had retired because I think he'd been there for over maybe 40 years, from way back in the day with Willie Pickering and them guys. So after I got the board, I convinced Anton Jackson to come back on a contract. And let me tell you something. That big old pile of meters that were thrown down for years, he take them up, he repaired them, he put them on the board and recalibrated them, and we put them back in service. Now, to fast forward, one day I fall into a talk show that Mr. Carl Knight was on. I'm just trying to let him know. And he said, hey, Mr. I know you seem like you know a lot. I heard about you, blah, 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 blah. I said, well, I know what I know. And then I said to him, though, why you all still have meters thrown down and transformers too, and you don't repair them and put them back in service. His response was, he was selling the truck. We don't do that no more. In other words, we got so much money, we could buy more. Now, what it did and how I did it in bringing back Mr. Jackson, a meter and export, I also had him train several of the younger fellows. Now, fast forwarding again, I'm kind of going back and forth. I said to Carl, I said, Carl, tell me something. Why you all went to smart metering? Well, you guys gonna be the best. I said, Carl, do you know about metering? He says no. So you rely on someone that told you it's the best thing to do, I suspect. He said yes. So I was with a group of engineers, and I always let people know because I don't want them to treat it in the pit. You're an engineer, you have a degree. But that's what they are called me. That's the position title they gave me. Chief Engineer, Transmission and Distribution.
Okay.
What I learned from working with WAPA under elders like Leon Seeley from Frederickston, Sixto Pinero, Hector Rodriguez,
Well, okay.
Moses,
But listen,
and
but
others.
listen, it's all right.
I didn't learn in school.
But I'm trying to give you as much time as I can, but we got over the top of the hour because you couldn't get in. But really,
Okay.
this information that share it. I want to be to hear Mr. Henry react to it.
Oh yes. I agree with you.
He will be it next Tuesday, and I hope we don't have any more mess up, but we could get you because we had some excellent communication that my boss was able to hook up here. That we had basically conference calls, and worked out, and so we had a very effective hour of enlightening information about WAPA and the waste to energy system. So we're looking forward to more next week, and we want to have you on board. We want to have you on board. We want to have you on board.
Oh, of course, and I am on board.
Okay, good.
And as I said, I am not going to forget what I'm saying. There's no need for me to write it down.
Okay.
This is thing that I lived.
All right, fine, fine. But I just want you to know that we, and my beloved audience, we are able to benefit from the reaction, between two knowledgeable sources. We are all trying to learn from you guys.
Right, and I appreciate that. But let me just switch to another subject quickly, just quickly. Okay?
I'm listening.
Mario, sorry.
I said I'm listening.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I thought you were tell me something else. Mario, I don't know who could say it, who could tell us, who could reveal it. But I know because I had eyes to see, and I can feel it from the time prayer was taken out of the public school system. Of course, it's still in the parochial and public schools, but we don't need that. It's what they call it. You can't have politics and religion mixed. I kind of chopping it. But I saw that, and I saw the downfall of particularly black people. And I will give a quick thing what happened recently.
Well,
Yes, suppose-
listen, could you hold so we could do our ID so we don't get in trouble with the federal bit and we will come right back to
Yeah.
you? Just put you on hold for
Yeah,
that.
okay, sure. Of
Thank-
course.
Okay, hold on. Make your cream, beloved, maybe because Amazon ice cream is so good for your soul. We're back. And you still there?
Yes. Quickly.
Good. All right.
Let me go straight to the point. That I don't know, or the cell saying they don't know how and were armed with Ocha knife. That is in Tacoma, Washington. And whatever happened, a fight started, and it was stabbing like it was going out of style.
Oh, you had me for a second there. I thought you to be something happy here. Man, you're about to give me a heart attack, man.
But Mario, the thing is this that frightens me all the more. It's this we blacks doing it to one another.
All the time.
They were carving one another in the carving turkey and saying no in their Thanksgiving yet.
Yeah.
And it's frightening.
Yeah, it is.
Your authorities, how would they get that amount of knives past metal detectors and nobody could say how, when, why, and where? It's frightening. I mean, you go to school, Mario. We used to want to go to school to learn.
Yeah.
Now you're going to school to stab up one another?
Yeah.
Mario, it's frightening. I'll give somebody else a chance to get in. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. Welcome.
Yeah. Back again, Mr.
Yeah, man. Talk to me.
Like you said, it's politics time again. You know.
Yeah.
Beloved, I like that I'm speaking right now about what they're going to do. I would like to know, I ask them, how we gonna do it? Give me a blueprint. We want to hear words.
Right?
You know what I mean? Kind of like coming back with you when you was half your sister for them a couple of Wednesdays when you were talking about matriarchy of patients, and you don't like to really talk about that thing.
Yeah.
But our ancestors perfect matriarchal way of life.
That's correct. That's correct.
If if you want to eat, you got plant. Only the author produce. Only the woman to reproduce.
That's correct.
Man.
That's correct.
If our leaders or our people here in this island, we class in Christ, know these things, know how these Europeans fight for this island here, who use it and abuse it, for to enhance the richness. These are the things our younger folks, children, and like I said, need to know. And it won't discourage them. Because the first time I went up down with I bowed.
Right.
Yeah, but then when we return now, he said, yeah, you've been bad, but sit here.
That's right.
Your place.
That's right.
And from then to now, I plan the first set of watermelon in the yard. I plan the first set of anise.
Yeah.
My mother used to make Marvy. Hey, will you taste this Marvy? Hey, beloved. Well, my God. So she told me the other day, she wanted to start to do it again. I said, no problem. I can plan them again. But yeah, we need to let the young people them know. Don't just listen to these people talk like the song goes, you know what I mean? We have to listen to them to, and ask them questions, how are going to do these things saying are promising. Because so far the promise like you're going down drink, because we're hearing wing your money for this, wing your money for that. I only want to give last week what? Expired. Money expired.
Yeah.
So, let me give somebody else a chance, Mr.
All right. This is last lap we did. Yeah, we did last lap.
Yeah. All right.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes. Hey.
I was listening to talking about the stabbing in the school in Tacoma, Washington. And
I mean, hey, before he said Tacoma, Washington, I knew where he started off. I thought he was talking about here. And I mean, and I really, I don't suffer hypertension or what that, but he was really frightening me.
yeah.
I thought he was talking about here.
Yeah, I had read about it online in one of the ABC or NBC online.
Yeah.
But I wasn't surprised. I was out there around this time. It was like, I guess, maybe mid-April. In Portland, Oregon, Washington State, and then I went into like Vancouver, Canada. But we stopped in Tacoma, Washington. And it was like during the day, I think it was around breakfast time. I think I was stopping at a McDonald's to get some breakfast. I felt like some eggs and pancakes. So I said, okay. And it was a nice neighborhood and everything. But it was weird because they wouldn't let you in the McDonald's. It seemed like a nice neighborhood, whatever, but you had to order your food at a window or the drive-thru. And then they would bring it out to the door to you.
Whoa.
And yeah, and I was like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in a McDonald's. So it kind of told me that there must have been violence in that area, that they were afraid to have people inside. But the neighborhood looked beautiful. It wouldn't be a neighborhood it looked idyllic. I left totally confused. And then now, about a year later, I'm hearing about this stabbing in the school. So, it was clear with how the McDonald's were acting that they were afraid of violence. But you would have never guessed from the way the neighborhood looked.
This is a again. I don't know what to say, but I am at the age where I can say to say, well, you younger folks, I don't know about your future, son, but don't look good at all. Don't look good at all.
But and you're afraid that the thing, but I think it's coming to the Virgin Islands because those areas are known, of those who are for the high THC marijuana, California, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington State, Tacoma is in. Those were the 4 states to legalize it, legalize recreational marijuana. And those 4 states have a tremendous fentanyl problem since then, and a tremendous homelessness problem. And I keep telling people winter is coming. They could play around with this high THC marijuana. This is where we're going to be eventually. So you're saying that you're wondering about it's coming to a school near you?
Oh.
All the states that have legalized recreational marijuana, all of them after that had higher murder rates, high mental issues. In fact, all four states that started, which I just named them, all of them had to put in $500 million in their mental health facilities. $500 million. So a lot of this money that they got from the marijuana sales and the stuff is going into extra mental health and extra. I think their murder rates have gone up also, and their fatal car accidents have gone up. So a lot of that money that they get goes right back out the window to deal with the extra problems that they have developed since then, and also problems that they haven't even been able to tackle. The homelessness. In all of the states, there's 23 of them that have done recreational marijuana. Every last one of them, after they did it, the year or 2 after, their homelessness shot up.
This is serious, Mr. That's all I can say.
And we're supposed to start with the dispensaries. And already the high THC marijuana is coming to maybe 2-3 weeks. You read an article. In fact, they just one in the news today. Somebody caught in St. Thomas airport bringing in marijuana from the States. Back in the day, it used to be marijuana leaving. In the 70s and 80s, it used to be marijuana leaving. Now you really, I think, like in the last 10 years, I think I saw one article where there was marijuana leaving. All the others is marijuana coming in from the States, primarily from California through Atlanta and Miami. So it goes from California to Atlanta and Miami, then they get some mule to carry it down to and largely St. Thomas, but every so often also St. Croix. And I'm sure the weed that gets into St. Thomas makes it over to St. Croix. And so we're seeing more homelessness, we're seeing more violence, but wait till, and this is without a dispensary in the VI yet. Wait till what's supposed to come in the fall.
Wow.
Wait till then. This time next year, you're going to be hearing people complaining about the homelessness, complaining, and they already are, but it's going to be a lot more. Homelessness, mentally ill on the street, and the violence, and the fatal car accidents. It's pretty much a guarantee because it's happening in all these states that have legalized it.
Wow.
So I keep telling people winter is coming. This is from a movie, not a movie, it was a series on HBO. What's it called? The Throne. Game of Thrones. And you kept telling each other winter is coming, basically warning of things coming in the future that's going to be detrimental.
Mm. Wow.
And I don't see, I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I don't see how it doesn't happen to us. Maybe maybe there'll be something in the air, like with COVID, our UV light, our sunlight, and not as big population, kind of saved us from it. And then, so we had people dying, but not as much as in the States.
Well,
I don't. So hopefully there is something in the air that's going to save us. But I saw what would save us with COVID. I didn't expect it to be bad in the VI. I don't see what's going to save us with this.
well, I'm going to try to keep hope alive, son.
Hopefully, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Even though I don't see the signs for it, but at this point in time, that's the best I can do.
All right. Well, we're almost done here. I'm going to try to bring this last caller in here
All right.
before we go home. But, hey, thank you again. It was a very enlightening and informative session today. We really appreciate you.
No problem.
Yes, sir. All righty.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Moore.
You could take us home. You could take us home.
I know. Say that again, sir?
You can take us home.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now, Mr. Cici, you're saying that once we have a dispensary open in the Virgin Islands, homelessness is going to go up and all of the other tragedies that you stated. I would like to ask you, Mr. Cici, do you think it takes a dispensary for people at the Virgin Islands to smoke cannabis? You think they're going to be smoking more cannabis because the dispensary open? I don't think so. I don't know if you don't walk around the Virgin Islands.
Well, he suggested that again, we used to export cannabis and we're now importing it. What is that supposed to mean? This is what he just got through telling us this.
I am only 62. Maybe it was before. But I've been coming to New York from 1974, Mr. Moore. I lived there, went to school in Atlanta. I wanted to know when, and I don't remember, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, the Virgin Islands was exporting cannabis. When you heard about cannabis back in the 70s, any place you heard about in the Caribbean, you heard about Jamaica. I've never heard the Virgin Islands. You're the older than me, Mr. Moore. Have you ever heard of the Virgin Islands exporting cannabis?
No, I have not. No, but I just did. I just did.
Well, I have never. Where is that being reported?
I don't know where it's reported. He told us it's coming from the West Coast through Atlanta, through Miami, and then to St. Thomas. That's what he said.
I understand that's what you said, Mr. Moore. But I would like to know, where can I read that?
I don't know.
I have the ability to go on any social media platform. I could Google that right now.
Yeah.
This is the same individual that told your sister we put all cartels as an aggregate to fix our potholes, that cars will be bouncing off of the road because there's rubber in the road. Advocate. Mr. Cici, I listened to him, but some of the things he says, we are still waiting for the source so that we can read for ourselves these statements.
I hear you.
It's almost 40 minutes. I don't want to hold you up. I would like for you to.
No, but I know I hear what you're saying, and I agree because I'm a reader. I don't have TV. All these things that you have talk about, I learned right here in this program. I don't have these things. I don't.
Well, end on a good note. Now I'm gonna call. You said Kenny Giddens.
Yeah.
When I was telling you, you said he's a senator that I guess is pushing where we're trying to package Armstrong ice cream.
Well, I mean, it's like this. Let me tell you, it'll take but a quick 60 seconds. He is the one who proposed, a resolution honoring Armstrong ice cream. That is what gave me the idea. And I says, hey, that is just the beginning. We should be proposing how we could package the ice cream so that it can go from just a local product, at the ice cream shop there on Queen Mary Highway, just east of the Caporico City, to where it can be sold everywhere ice cream is sold here in St. Croix. Now, I spoke with him. He agreed, yes. And I have since then been trying to get him to sit down with Mr. Cedric Armstrong, the CEO of Armstrong Ice Cream, to see, well, how they can work this thing out. And so far, I have not been able to hear back from Senator Giddens.
Well, I don't know if they can. What I think they need to do is put up a contest for people to come up with ideas for the packaging. Whatever pictures and stuff. Get the school children involved. Because as we talk about ice cream and you talk about Armstrong ice cream, there's more. I remember long ago when I was a little boy. I remember seeing homemade ice cream. You remember? With the bucket and the crack.
Of course. Of course, my brother and I, that's we had to do it. Yeah.
When I think about Armstrong ice cream, I think about something like homemade. A picture like that.
Yeah.
People nowadays don't know nothing about those kind of things. How you should make ice cream and go with the ice in the bucket and with the hand crack and everything.
Yeah.
A picture like that, to me, could be something that we could use as packaging, because it will be educational for the young people to learn. But this is how we should make ice cream and also because
for sure.
The elderly people that it will be
for sure.
You'll be like, oh yes, I remember. So
it's a good thing. Yes, indeed. We will continue where we left off there, but that's a great idea.
You're welcome, and we're gonna leave it right there. You enjoy the rest of your afternoon and get home safe with some more head.
Thank you.
Program tomorrow for your sister.
Yes, indeed.
Maybe you can continue this.
Good thing. All righty.
Have a good day.
Good thing.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Beloved, lick your cream, because after ice cream is just so good for your soul. Just don't you ever forget that they cannot give us too big a basket that we can't fill up. Always one to fill up any size basket, just as long as we do it. Get down.